On our second day of our conference. You know the problem solution. We would like to start with our great opportunity to have here two brilliant girls to share with us a youth council work in Porsgrunn. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vasily, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for a wonderful day yesterday. I hope you had a nice evening and were able to look a bit around Porsgrunn. Today is, as you know, a special day. I have already this morning been to the arena where the party is going to be with over 3,000 children and youth and school bands and theater and dance and a lot of things. And as I told you yesterday, we have to leave here at 3:30, and then we're going to see at the parade. But we'll give you more information during this day. There is coffee and tea and fruit and strawberry today. Strawberry to celebrate the summer. So by my side is, and I had to write it up because you have such a long names, Iben Nicoline Karlheim Lerstang and Victoria Skåne Buås. Here they are. And I'm proud to tell you that both of these wonderful representatives from the Youth Council, they have, of course, been pupils at Porsgrunn Kulturskole. They have been students here. And you have been a lot in this hall here because they were both dancing. So that's nice to see that students and pupils in the cultural school, they are also politically interested. So what I have asked Iben and Victoria about is to tell us a bit about the Youth Council here in Porsgrunn and how they work and how many you are and yeah, something like that. Something about the Youth Council. And I have prepared some questions, and it will also be possible to ask them some questions about how they work. So, Iben. You can take that, I think.
Okay. Yes, so me and Victoria comes from the Porsgrunn Youth Council. It's a council where teenagers from the 8th grade to around 18, 19 years can participate. We work a lot with other political people and try to
try to oh, it's early in the morning.
Yes, we try to convince them to work a lot with us and try to convince them about the plans around the city and all of that. We are a council with 15 people. We are 9 representatives and 6 vara, like extras, 6 extras, and together we work with things that have with the schools, the culture, with the bus, with how Porsgrunn is going to look, how the park is going to be, and all of that, as well as we also have a lot of contact with the bystyre.
The city council.
Yes, the city council.
So, Victoria, you are 15 years, going on 16. And why did you decide that you want to sit in the youth council? You were elected in your school, and can you? How was that? Were you just thinking, I want to sit in the youth council? Was it like that?
No, we had a conference just like yours with people from different schools in the city, and then we got to know the youth council, how it worked, what it's worth to be in it, and then on the last day we elected who is going to be in it, and I wanted to join because it's like important to have a voice in the political system when it's like the most adults, and we children don't have to vote. Yeah.
Mm. Good. So, how often do you have meetings? Is it once a month, or is it when you have things you want to discuss? Or can you say something more about that? How often do you meet?
Yes. We meet about once a month. That is like the one date that is put off to have meetings. But we also discuss a lot on Messenger because since some of us are going to the high school and some of us are going to
Secondary school?
yes, secondary school.
Yes.
My English is not on top. We have to have as little meetings as possible, I feel like, because it's not often we are everybody at this meeting. Like we have 9 representatives, but we always need extra because it's always someone that is gone. But we discuss a lot on Messenger, and that works very well for us. If our coordinator has a case that we got from the city council, we discuss it in Messenger if we don't have time until the next meeting. But very often we get to go through everything in one meeting because we have long, productive meetings.
Good. And the meetings, they are in the afternoon, so it's not in the
Yes.
school time, it's in the afternoon.
Yes,
Yes.
it's in the afternoon. It's about from 6 to from 4 to 6, but sometimes we go from 4 to 7 or 4 to 8. It depends on what we are going to work with. It's not very often we go from 4 to 8 though.
And there is one case here in Porsgrunn which have been discussed a lot, and both in the schools, in the among the teachers, and among the politicians, and that is about school fruit. So fruit delivery in school for free for all the children, and that was a case that the youth council fronted. Can you tell me some more about the school fruit issue?
Yeah, because all the politicians have fruit when they have meetings, but in the schools there were no free food. That means that the students have to take food to the schools by themselves, and some of them like have not that much food in the day. So when the last representatives Maya and Kalle got into a political meeting and stole their fruit to represent that we don't get free fruit.
Okay, so you stole the fruit from the politicians, and then they decided that you will have your own fruit.
Yes.
Mm.
So now every school and every class gets a fruit basket every 2 to 3 days in a week, free.
Mm.
But that is only in the secondary school, not in high school. So maybe we want to have it in high school too. But the issue now is that the politicians wants to take the fruit away from us again. They mean that the economic is not good enough, so that the secondary school can get fruit twice a week.
And the cost for this is about 160,000 euros a year. So, of course, politicians, when they are looking for places to cut the fruit for the school children, are one of the places where they are looking to cut. But I think the youth council will protest.
Yes, we want to protest because fruit is very important for young minds and to work in school. Fruit is like a reward. I felt like it was a reward when I get to like eat fruit in class instead of just sitting and writing or just sitting and reading. The fruit was the little extra, and it helped me focus throughout the day.
And then you just mentioned that you have a coordinator. So you have someone who is hired, who works in the community, who are taking care of, writing the minutes from the meeting and doing all the practical stuff. And he also prepares some cases for you. Do you have some examples on what you are asked about from the other politicians?
We are very much asked about how the city is going to look, how the parks are going to be built, and what our thoughts is about oh, can this parking lot be builded here, or what are you thinking about more bus stops, or is this a park where teenagers are going to go, or what do you think about these? And yeah, we often see like drawings of how the town is going to look and examples of what they are wanting to build, and that is things we are having like thoughts about. We also work a lot with people that wants to build
Youth clubs.
yes, youth clubs, and in Porsgrunn we have youth clubs, but not like youth clubs with good reputation. So now we want to build like a new one, and that is something we are working close with, and we are having a lot of opinions about. Yes. Yes.
A few weeks ago, me and Mikkel was on a meeting to
Forebygge. Prevent.
prevent child abuse, to prevent
Child abuse.
to prevent child abuse, and there were like a lot of politicians,
Children care workers.
and we all discussed how to prevent child abuse and how to prevent parents from not parenting and that stuff.
And then you also get your saying in how money should be spent in Porsgrunn, because I know that, for instance, a few meetings ago, you got a long list from all the applicants who have applied for Bufdir-midler from the Ministry of Education. And what do you feel about this? Because then you get a long list, and you have to make your own proposal how the city should prioritize all the applicants. How is that working?
The setup of it is that the politicians are preparing a list for us in the youth council, and then they present it to us, and then we say, no, we don't want this one to be that high up, we rather want this one. And that was how we worked. I think when we worked with that list, we worked about 2 hours, because we felt like everyone needed money and deserved money, but we saw that the politicals had some other priorities than we had, and we actually got to change the list, I think. So we put some people longer up and some people longer down, because we felt like this would make the city better for the teenagers and the youth than what the politicals did. And then we also looked at how much money they had before and how much money they wanted. If you wanted little money, then you of course get the money, and if you wanted more, we needed to see like what can we take from, or can't you get that much money? And yeah.
And talking about money, once a year, I think it's Ungdommens bystyremøte, the youth city council meeting, and there it works like that. You get some money, and every school proposes. They tell what they need money, and you discuss yourselves how the money is going to be divided. It's about 100.
Yes, I think it's 100,000.
Yeah, so around 15,000 euros or something, and it all happens in one day.
Yes.
So you meet in the morning and discuss, and there are also some politicians and administration there. Can you tell some more about that meeting? Town hall, city hall.
So all the schools have representatives, and we meet in the city hall, where we have presentations of what we want. I was there with my school last year, and we wanted water fountains in the school because the spring was too little to put the water bottles in, so when we put it in, the water just went everywhere. We first had a presentation, and there was, as you said, politicians,
Yes.
as the mayor and like others that work with children and schools. Then we got into smaller groups with different schools, and we prioritized how much money we were supposed to
Yeah, to share or
To share
divide between.
or divide between the schools. Then one representative from every group got into with the mayor, and we negotiated all the money.
Good. So everything looks good. Everything is fine, or is it? Do you have any wishes? What could do the work in the youth council better? I know we have to say that you also go on trips. Yeah, you also go, and that's good. Yeah. But when you are thinking about what could have been better, what could have been in another way in organizing the youth council, the contact with the politicians, do you have anything?
Yes, because the things we get asked about is things we get heard in, or we feel like we get heard in, but it's so much we don't get asked about. And then if we ask about it, it's not always that we get heard in that, or we often meet like, oh, but you don't have a saying in this, and all of that. So we feel like when it comes to like our city and how it's built up, we feel like this we have a meaning in, or we have a saying in. But if it's other things we want to work with, we meet, oh, you need to ask higher people, we can't take it here, or we need to see if we have time, or we just don't feel like it gets heard because we say something, then we don't hear about it for months until we say something again. But the youth council I also think we can be better at pushing more, because now I feel like we are a little bit afraid to actually push on the politicians. And if we push more, maybe we also get heard more. Because now it has been Corona time, and after the Corona, we also felt like, oh, we never like really got real back. We did these city planning and the trips and then a new council and all of that, but we never worked out of it because the Corona, I feel like it pushed us a little bit back. And now after summer we have like a new council and all of that, and I feel like we need to use this new council to really be pushing on the politicians, because we are the new town, us teenagers, so they need to listen to us, and we need to push more.
And as you probably noticed, Eben is just elected the new leader of the town of the youth council. So we have time for some questions or comments. If you want to ask Eben or Victoria something or comment, are the youth councils in your country like this, or are you? How many of you have been members? There was someone in the presentation yesterday who have been or are members of youth councils here, or have been. 1, 2, 3 youth councils, ungdomsråd, something like that. A couple of you. Does this sound like the youth councils which you are used to, or can it? Yeah.
12 years ago, so I don't know.
Oh, 12 years ago. That's okay.
Yeah, I sat in the youth council in Oslo last year, and I'm sitting in my country, Frogner. And yeah, we had the same issues and problems with the politicians, so I totally agree. Yeah.
I can say about one of my youth is a member in Sweden for the youth council in Sweden. She have the same problems that they don't listen, but she say the same thing, that they have to push more. The youth have to like go and push in the front, and not just email or message, is like go to them, like this guy, or I don't know which one, who was like stealing this fruit. Yeah, like do like actions. So they're always talking about actions. So yeah.
I was just wondering if you've heard about the program Young Ambassadors in Oslo.
I feel like I have heard the word, but I really don't know what it is.
You should apply. I mean, we all being Norwegians from here have been in that. Most of us have participated in that program. It's like for 1 year for high school students. You get to visit cool places and have insight in like Norwegian economy and politics. So I just wanted to suggest you to apply to it at least, or visit the websites.
We will do that. We will
Cool.
definitely look.
It's called Young Ambassadors in Norwegian. Or it's Young Ambassadors. Young Ambassadors that I know. Yeah.
Yeah, no. We were also participant. Or she was participant this year, and I was participant last year. But like from Young Ambassadors, I remember that I learned a lot, like of networking and how to go on. Because in many situations, is like you don't know if you want to get in contact with the politicians, but then you like with this program, you know, oh, but they really want to see you because, as we heard yesterday from the politician, is that they really want to hear about what the people are saying because they are here for us.
This is not really a political party, but we have a student council in our school Luxia in Finland, and we mostly like organize events and gather like students and help them meet our new people and just generally try to make the school a better place to be at.
Yeah, because you don't organize any events or festival or concerts or something, or?
Once a year we have something called Mot Day. It's when all the schools is combined in the city, and sometimes we have like a concert or something, right?
We have some different things. We are the arrangører.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're arranging.
That we arrange. That is the motkonferanse. But the 2 last years there has been no motkonferanse. First Corona came, then after that we had some money issues. We don't know why, or we don't know why. So yeah, we need to fix up that and have it again. Or the main problem was that we have something in Porsgrunn called PIT, the Porsgrunn International Theatre. Yeah. And that is what we use their stage to like have our concert on. And when that stage disappeared in when we wanted to have our motdag, then the money did not go as far. We also have something that's called we have a dinner with yeah, we have a dinner with volunteers from different schools or different councils or different school councils and all of that, where the politicians meet a teenager or a youth, and they talk about specific themes. Then you have one theme to the main course, one to the dessert, and one to the pre-course. Yeah, and that is also something we arrange. We also have the youth conference, the one we get elected when we get elected. There we learn about how the youth council work and what we work with, as well as we also learn different.
Yeah, we learn different, and we also get visiting from like Bypakke Grenland, that is and like people that work with the bus roads, because a lot of people take bus to schools, and how like the bus route.
Or when they are leaving and when they are arriving and things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like a different people coming in and talking about like stuff that you need to know when you go into the youth council.
Good. So dear friends, that was around 30 minutes with a presentation from Iben and Victoria from the Youth Council here in Porsgrunn. Thank you very much. So Iben is going to work because she's a student, so she have to run for work. Victoria will stay here for a bit. And then, Vasily, we continue? Yes.
Thank you very much once again. This was a really interesting introduction for us, and we're looking forward for cooperation of the student councils across the Nordics. So we keep in touch, and now, guys, we move to our third panel discussion. It is what course are Nordic and Baltic youth sector taking? And I'm really pleased that we will be discussing these themes like digital youth work, youth in decision-making process, youth as a stakeholders, and youth and non-formal education. I'm pleased to involve and invite our friends from Sweden, Julia Halanescu. Haley Karolina Halonen, Luxia. Viviane Buccio-Bach, Youth Ambassadors and Representative for Porsgrunn. And Ivan Vasilevsky, the Folker Wilke. Not yet, but I will prepare it. Same way. We go the same way as last time. So basically, each of you will have up to 7 minutes to present her ideas on the topic. I've just mentioned once again that the topic is what course our Nordic and Baltic youth sector is taking. So I'll be responsible for the Baltic, if you don't mind, and you will be saying about Nordics. So as you know, the youth work, it's a lot. It's not only like youth workers or youth centers. It's also civil society organizations which contributes to the youth development. And there is a plenty of youth work options, and one of them is the digital youth work. The digital youth work is something new. Everyone, what is that? So basically, it's an opportunity to collaborate with youngsters through the digital tools and know them much better than we know before. Also, the youth and decision-making process, it's important to involve them, as we have been discussed previously. But we will be definitely discuss all the shadows and possible threats if they are. And of course, non-formal education. I'm really interested to hear what do you think about it. Should we improve this non-formal education methods? And maybe curriculum at all in school need to be changed and to be more practical. So we could start from Vivian, if you don't mind.
It's like about the digitalization and yeah. Okay. Yeah. So hello, my name is Vivian, and I'm from Norway. And about how I think that the future of the youth sector is being shaped by the rise of digital youth work. I think it also makes it more accessible with the decision-making process because on social media you can get in touch with so many different themes and aspects, such as like in a voting and to get you to vote. I would say that it's important to go on with social media because either as on TikTok or Snapchat or TikTok at least, because we see that, or I know like I saw it from Sweden, one of the who got elected was really on TikTok, and it seemed that it really worked. So I would say that that should be the key to get in touch with young people.
Hello, I'm Heli. I'm from Finland. I'm teaching in vocational school. And we had election this spring in Finland for parliament. And I noticed the same thing. There was many new politicians who weren't known before, but they were active in TikTok and Instagram. And they got through, and they're now in parliament. And I think that That's the way to get the young people to know about politics when you're active in social media, and that I think that's the place we can sorry we can reach many young people. We don't reach them in the political events necessary, in the marketplaces where they advertise themselves or something like that. So, like in politics, or I think I'm a teacher in a school, and one way to reach our student is to go to internet and ask them there what they would like to do at school, what's wrong with the school, etc. So we're starting this student council project in our school. We have started it this spring, and it will last until the end of year 24. And our goal is to reach all our students, not only the active ones who are coming to student council meetings, but everyone, every student in our school. And the internet will be our tool to do that.
Okay. So Ivan, that's yours.
Yeah, I would just say about the digital work of youth. I think it's very important that you know where your target is and how to get them. And I think definitely some of the tools that you can use is definitely the social media stuff. And that's I also heard from the Norwegian girls, they're using the messenger to talk to each other and then use the time right. So they don't go to meetings every week, but they just can write. So I think it's important to know the tools and know how to use them for your advantages. And I think it's important that we should educate youth in using the tools for the right purpose. So yeah.
Thank you, Ivan. So from my point, in terms of Estonia, when the COVID came up, of course we're quite a digital country, but there's a plenty of youth workers who are, let's say, not really engaged with digital tools. So basically, when the youth centers was closed, there's another option was only through the Zoom meetings and etc. So messengers, but due to the lot of the youth workers was not really engaged and not familiar with these tools, there was a big problem. So a lot of young people was hanging around. Well, to be honestly, it was not safe for them. So that's one point, as I mentioned, definitely we need to further develop, but not need to the skills of young people, but also those who work with them, so they will be competent and could use different methods in work. Secondly, if we talk about young people, they mostly, as I really like your proposal from the previous meetings which we had, that you have a night youth work. It's great because where you can find young people, they are on the streets, sometimes hanging around. So I will be really glad to have some app that could mention, oh, you could just download the app and see what kind of things are happening around this community, which is free, which is not free, which is trainings and so on. Because sometimes this night life is also happening, educational, cultural, and etc. So that we see those young people who are not seen during the, let's say, day for the professionals and so on, that they will receive the same equal treatment and the same support as, let's say, during the daytime. And the third question is regarding the participation of young people in the digital world. It's important that we will organize this work and that it will be safe from any kind of threats, because sometimes the personal data of people are disappearing or spreading, which could cost even lives, unfortunately, as the bullying, the digital bullying or misunderstanding or misinformation could lead to the bad consequences. So that's my point of view for digital youth work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. I am Julia Hălângescu. I'm the coordinator of Erasmus Plus projects in the Association of International Women in Malmo. And last night I was trying to create a presentation because I feel so inspired by all of you to give the tools and my knowledge from my life experience. 20 years ago, I was like you, in youth exchanges, youth programs, and that's where I've started. And I think we have here in the room the future of our leaders. And we cannot think and speak about advocacy without reflecting over the leadership styles. So my presentation will be about leadership styles and also reflecting over the content of the messages and the language that you use in social media, in our talks, in the way how we try to catch people's attention. So the tools that I acquire all over the years would be how to make people feel seen, questioning and choose the leadership style. Debate skill is really important for negotiation. Intergenerational communication, understanding the different generations and how to communicate. Of course, the intercultural understanding, and last but not the least, and I think the most important, working with metaphors to advocate our message. We can move to the next slide, and we will play a short video. Press on the make people feel seen. It should open on YouTube. Because today we're trying to have fun and to be more practical, I was thinking to include some videos as well to change a little bit the dynamic.
AKA PS1. Then there's PS2, PS3, and now PS4.
It's an example of you have to take it.
First there was PlayStation, aka PS1. Then there's PS2.
Now it's working. And play it from the beginning.
First there was PlayStation, aka PS1. Then there's PS2, PS3, and now PS4. And that makes sense. You'd think after Xbox, there'd be Xbox 2. But no. Next came Xbox 360. And now, after 360, comes Xbox One. Why one? Maybe that's how many seconds of thought they put into naming it.
Can you get the butter, please?
You know, however, with the Xbox One, I can control my entire entertainment system using voice commands. Up until now, I've had to use Leonard.
Then get the other one. Pass the butter.
Hang on. I don't feel like you're taking this dilemma seriously.
Fine, Sheldon. You have my undivided attention.
Okay, now, the PS4 is more angular and sleek looking.
No way!
It's true. But the larger size of the Xbox One may keep it from overheating.
Well, you wouldn't want your gaming system to overheat?
No, well, you absolutely would not. And furthermore, the Xbox One now comes with a Kinect included.
Included?
Yes. Not sold separately. Although the PS4 uses cool new GDDR5 RAM, while the Xbox One is still using the conventional DDR3 memory.
Why would they still be using DDR3? Are they nuts?
See, that's what I thought. But then they go and throw in an ES RAM buffer.
Whoa, wait a second. Who's they?
Xbox.
You're kidding!
No, I am not. And this ES RAM buffer should totally bridge the 100 gigabit per second bandwidth gap between the two RAM types.
This is a nightmare. How will you ever make a decision?
You see, I don't know. What should I do?
Please pass the butter!
Okay, so that was an example of active listening. Yes, and make people feel seen. She had no idea about the subject, what he was talking about, but she was just rephrasing and make him feel heard. So that would be one of the first secrets to catch the attention of the person in front of you. Then we should look a little bit of the leadership styles that we have in front of us. In advocating for our rights, for anything, we have to deal with leaders. And also we have to be the leaders of our own life. That's the start for each one of us. Leading our own lives and being able to lead others and inform the others and influence others. We should really reflect on the leadership style. And yesterday I was congratulating one of our participants for questioning concepts. Don't just follow, questioning and choose your own leadership style. Then, next one, debate. Debate is really important tool, and it takes like 80% from the negotiation process. Organizing well your debating methods and style will give you success and you will be effective. And then the next would be intergenerational communication. Maybe you've heard of these baby boomers, millennials. I don't know how much you really went into this kind of information, but I experienced, and it's quite interesting perspective to have, especially when you're trying to work and collaborate. I'm having a training where I'm the coordinator in leadership coaching, and I'm leading leaders how to lead their teams. In order to create a diverse working space, this is very important to look at the intergenerational communication and how to put the talents together. And the last one, no, not the last one, we also need to look at cultures, intercultural understanding. And the definition of culture, the smallest and the most essential definition of culture is that the culture is the set of behaviors and habits. It's not defined actually by your nationality, the groups you are belonging to. It's your whole upbringing and the way your personality got shaped. And having this tool is really important to have it in your toolkit as a young advocate and a leader. And the last video that I want to play, next slide. Our world is functioning on two metaphors. The first metaphor is of the nurturing parenting, and the other one is of the strict father or the strict parenting. And we will have George Lokov, one teacher from United States, which is a language teacher, but he's underlining the importance of how to use the language and about these two models into politics. Yeah.
TV. The world is thinking.
There are two worldviews that I identified in a book called Moral Politics that answer the following question. I worried about this back in the mid-90s. I didn't understand at that time why it was that the same people who were against abortion were for the flat tax, and why the people for the flat tax were against environmental regulations, and why those people were in favor of owning machine guns, and why those people who are in favor of owning guns were for tort reform. It didn't make any sense at all. Then I asked myself, well, I was against all these, what sense did it make to me? And it couldn't answer the question. But I realized it was in my field of cognitive science and linguistics. That's what I study. I study how the mind creates meaning. And what I found out after a while, when I started asking why conservatives were talking about family values and what those values were, was that we have a metaphor that the nation is a family. It's actually more general than that any governing institution is a family because your first experience with governance is in your family. So it could be, you know, religions or little league teams or classrooms or the nation. And we have in this country two kinds of families that are really different and really significant. A strict father family and a nurturing parent family. And they're very, very different. The strict father family is what James Dobson has been pushing for some times at Focus on the Family. And it says that you need a strict father to protect the family. Mommy can't do it. This has got to be not a homosexual family. Right? Impossible. No gay families there. You need a strict father to support the family. Mommy can't do it. And kids are born bad in the sense that they just want to do what feels good. You ever hear of feel-good liberalism? Right? That's what they mean. The kids just do it what feels good rather than they don't know right from wrong. They have to be taught right from wrong. There's only one way to do it, punishment when they do wrong. And as Dobson says, it must be painful enough so that they will avoid doing wrong and get disciplined to do right. And he's very clear about the pain involved. It must be physical pain. It must hurt. However, he's a liberal on this. He says you should never strike a child younger than 15 months. Other conservatives start with birth. Seriously, read the texts. And in Moral Politics, there's a chapter going through all those texts. Then he says if you get that discipline, you can go out into the free market and use that discipline to become get fiscal discipline and become prosperous. So what if you're not prosperous? You're not disciplined. If you're not disciplined, you're not moral, so you deserve your poverty. Right? And what about the father in the family? The father is the decider. Ever hear that, Pat? Right? How does that apply to the market? Ever hear let the market decide? In the family, there's no moral authority above the father. The father knows right from wrong, and everybody's supposed to follow what they say. And similarly for the market. There's not supposed to be government, anything above the market for conservatives. So what are the things above the market? 4 things: regulation, taxation, unionization, or worker rights, and tort cases. That's what they want to get rid of. Right? In a nurturing parent family, you have something very different. It starts with empathy. You have to empathize with your child. You have to be responsible for yourself and your child, and you have to teach your child to be empathized and be responsible toward others, to nurture others. And you have to have an ethic of excellence. You have to become a better person to raise a child, and you have to have your child become the best person possible in order to function in a society. If you've heard those words before, they came from Barack Obama. The place that's clearest is his Father's Day speech in 2008, but he has said it over and over. And one of the things that is very interesting about Obama is Obama argues that the basis of democracy is empathy. And the argument's very simple. Why do we have fairness and freedom for everybody, not just powerful people? The answer is because citizens care about each other. As citizens, that's our job, to take care of one another. And that's the job of government. And he says that directly. And what does that mean for government? Two things. Government has two moral missions, protection and empowerment. Protection is not just police and military protection, but worker protection, consumer protection, environmental protection, healthcare, pension protection, and so on. And what is empowerment? Everything that was in Obama's stimulus plan. Very simple. That's it. You have public works, public roads, schools, education, all of those things that are out there that were in the stimulus plan. That is it. So that is important to understand. And what do you pay taxes for? To live in a place that's not a third world country, but has protection and empowerment.
Yes, so protection and empowerment, that would be the roles of governments and our higher perspective in all the things we're advocating. It was really changing my perspectives when I start to think from the nurturing parent model and the strict father model. And you can find this in leadership styles, in politician speeches. Yesterday we had Anders telling us, follow your heart. He was keep on saying follow your heart, but you also have to think and be rational. And then we had a presentation from Director Morton, very nice presentation, and that was following the model of the nurturing parent. It's your choice and your reflection what you want to choose and what kind of influence and impact you want to bring to the world. But the only thing I would like to encourage, because I don't know what the future of youth advocacy will be, but I hope, and I really see in you the power and the strength that it will be a better world.
Yep. Thank you, Yulia. That was quite interesting. So, where we are going? Have you ever thought about that? Where is the youth work are going? Do you feel yourself comfortable in the current conditions? Can you imagine what will be in 10 years? It's not so short time, to be honestly. It's just like that. So, what's the future of the youth work and what kind of methods we'll be using? Will be it only depends on machines, the artificial intelligence, which is already on the way, or we still have a youth worker sitting in the youth center as a classical, let's say, approach, or and will be they still needed, or it will be just only you and the machine. So I would like to open the floor for the questions and the comments from the audience, and also I have plenty of questions myself for the panelists, so we could start from the audience, let's say. Is anyone want to share or comment something? Okay. Oh yes, please.
First of all, I really want to thank you, Julia, for this beautiful presentation. I was wondering if you could share it with all of us afterwards. Thank you. And to answer your question, Basil, I'm kind of afraid of youth in the future because you see now with the climate change, we're not really being taken seriously. And then when maybe the older people get their eyes open and see, wow, the world is burning, the young people were right, then it's too late. Yeah. So I don't think maybe if we don't get the chance now, I don't think we will ever get the chance to be heard.
Right.
So I think it's very important.
It's a very important. Fully agree. I'm sure that everyone is agreed that we need to act, and as soon as possible. And we also need to look at the role of the non-formal education in youth work. And I'm sure. What do you know? What does it mean, non-formal education? Who knows? Please stand up if you know what does the non-formal education means. Great, thank you. So, yeah, the non-formal education means structured and organized learning provided by the professional. So it's any kind of learning. It's not supposed to be only at school. Non-formal. There is two options: formal, or even three. Sorry, formal, non-formal, and informal. So the formal one, this is the current curriculum what you study at school or at universities, right? Non-formal, it's the other methods, which is the used not like and it's just listening and writing, but also other methods, participative method, practical method, and etc., which you could be used in your work. Yeah, which is, to be honestly, you have to know, maybe you already know, the Erasmus Plus proposed their non-formal method as one of the key method to learn. And it's a long life learning process. Believe me, you never stop learning. You always will be adding something new for yourself. So the role of use of non-formal learning is enormous, to be honestly, in our youth work. It provides you plenty of opportunities comparing with the previous generations. So I'm really hope that each of you will use as much as possible all the opportunities which are opened for you through the fundings provided by the governments themselves, through the collaborations between different communities, or even inspiration made by young people. So there is a plenty of interesting ideas and work what you can do. So, but why young people are not really seeing for the politicians? And what's the story behind that? So that they are not really great, let's say, from the politicians and decision makers, as stakeholders. So, and why they think they could not rely on us. What do you think? Do you agree with me, with my statement? I'm just provoking you. So who would like to share something? Really? Helgis? Do you think the youth is not reliable? So that it's not a good, strong partner?
I don't know what I've got. I want the youth to talk. Yeah. So the question again. Say it to me.
So do you think young youngsters with who you work and who is present right now, are they a strong, reliable partner for the decision makers, for the youth organizations, or they are not really strong enough that to be on the table, let's say?
I think that from the beginning, I have worked with teenagers for 15 years. I'm 30. People think I'm like 20 to 24, but I'm 30 today. Yes. And the thing is, before, I can say it was very hard for youth to talk, to speak up. But after all this thing we have done together, all these courses, programs, I think they have been stronger. That's why I was talking yesterday about that we have to teach our youth to be strong in themselves, to talk, to speak up. So I think my youth, in my youth center and our youth center, I think they are very good and strong and can be at the other table and talk with the political and talk to the community, because they are sitting with Malmö Stad, the community of Malmö today, and talk with them, and they feel like they are friends with them, not just like they are on another table and they are like we are like two parts. They think they are the same part. I can think about all the camping we are doing. We have camping with the political right now. For the last year we had a camping with them, so they came. They was having a barbecue with us and they talked together. So we are inviting them to be friends with us, not the enemies or the other side or the other part. So I think it's very good. If this was the answer or I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. That you basically answered my question.
Yeah.
I'll give you my perspective. When I
Yeah.
was also a little bit younger,
Yeah.
that was a long time ago, of course. I've been to United Kingdom for the World Youth Forum. It's a huge event when you get inspiration, when the people are learning each other from each other, and etc. etc. So there was more than 150 countries, young people from 16 until 26. With different backgrounds, students, just the workers, hanging around, young people, just interested. So there was accepted everyone, that everyone has opportunity to speak up. And we had some politicians there from UK and also from the Commission that they was not really believing in young people. And I got the question in my head, so that youth is a problem for them. That's the title of the conference, if you remember. Youth is a problem for them, so we have to deal with them, or they are a solution. So basically, I came up definitely that young people can find out the answer for any question, to be honestly. Why? First, you're thinking out of box. That's most important thing. You thinking the other way than the adult person. Second one, you are innovative. You propose the new structures, new options, which was never exist, or exist but not really seen. And that fourth, you have internal power. In like engine, you know, perpetual model, like in Latin languages means engine forever. So, and that's the difference with the politicians or decision makers who well, what we have to do, yes, the same way, nothing more, yeah. Or when I was working at the government sector, and we had the commission, whereas only one person was under 26, who was in the commission, and we decided what young people wants to do in the next year. And to be honestly, I was quite like ashamed, like the elder generation was deciding without young people. So it's quite strange, right? What young youth have to do. And I said, listen, I'm not participating in this meeting if there is no young people. So I'm sure there is a lot of room for young youth. And as yesterday we've been also mentioning, you just need to act. You need a little bit push and believe in yourself. Do not believe that any mistake is a problem. No, there's no mistakes. There's just only a good experience for the future. Unluck, it's also luck. So, any other questions? Yes, please. Oh, well, thanks God. Now we see a lot. And I see also hand from Ingrid as well.
I just want to support your topic, which you started about young youth who thinks in creative ways, who thinks like out of box. Because, for example, it's not more about politics, but it's about businessmen, people around 40 years, who is still conservative and have like not flexible, sustainable mind, which they don't really understand creative ways of thinking, and they don't really understand and support youth because they think they're strange and thinking in a different way, so they don't really understand them and don't really support. And I think, on their opinion, which is not always correct, they still thinking like so many of you are so drunky, or they go clubbing, they're not so serious, and they don't really mind us so serious, who can really solve real problems, who can have our own decisions, and who can really think in correct way and can change something in better way. Because so much people think that young people like, you know, have always have fun, but it's not always about us. We can have informal studying, we can learn something new, we can develop ourselves, like self-management and communication with others. And I think people must learn from us something new, because we are new one generation, which more powerful and which is more creative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for comment. Yes, Christian, please.
Well, I can add something because we just talked about it. But in schools right now, since the climate is the very big topic, the teachings is focused around how we can save the earth. When we have subjects as sociology and biology classes, we talk lot about how we can save the earth, and we have about biodiversity, climate changes, the ozone layer. As the question was, if we should trust the youth, I would say definitely yes, because they have their backpack filled with knowledge we didn't get when we were younger. So the new generation is our new hope, like in Star Wars. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yes, please.
I just want to ask you, what can we, like adult, do to help you to speak up with the local political persons to help you? Can I get something from the youth? Because I know that I have done it in my local city, and they're just like, we are just pushing. It's not more in pushing, like we said. Yeah, we were like pushing, and then the local political was listening to us. We didn't need that to have like ungdomsråd, but it's like they are good. They are very good. They're pushing with us, but we could like just come in and say to them, "This is the problem," and we was many. When you are many on one political, they are listening to you too. So you have to know what do you want from the adults.
For example, I think you need to. Okay, it's good that you speak and communicate with youth, but I think you must, when you communicate with them and take like something like feedbacks, you must understand main problem what is disturbing us right now, and then like I know you have something like your own business, you work in your company, so why your company can't come in your local government with a little suggestion from youth and like communication youth and your company together? You make like suggestion, you make like interesting case for government, which one you can come in government and ask them like, listen, we have this and this, what we can really do with this, and communicate like not from like youth. You can communicate like owner of your company, say together in collaboration with youth and give some new cases for local government. I think so.
Alright, yeah, well, if I understood the question and discussion correctly, I personally find that that politicians actually really want to take young people seriously, and that young people and youth are taken seriously and really are welcome in the political scene, probably more so than in the civil society at large, but at the same time, being young opens up the door to like some age-based harassment and such, which we have had bad cases about, where like young people are harassed out of politics or anything. But I think probably the most important thing to keep in mind with youth advocacy is that youth do not have the same opinions about things, probably less so than older people. Like in Norway, young people's political support is even more split than older people. So it like young people's opinions are even more divisive, which is something that is important to keep in mind, because it means that youth advocacy means not advocating young people's opinions about young people, but young people's opinions about everything, because that's really what it means to be able to influence society when you're young, is that your opinion on everything is the same as an older person's opinion about everything, not just youth issues.
Yes, I think you're right, and I just want to give you I want to reveal you a secret. Politicians have no other choice than listen to youth, because it's a certainty that the youth will become the next adults and create the next society.
Yes, and when it comes to what elder people can do to like create more youth advocacy and engage youth, it's exactly what you're doing. You're encouraging people and telling them that it's just to try. You can't lose anything if you just try. And another thing is, youth is kind of when we meet in groups, we often like energize each other. So if you organize so that youth political parties or youth organizations can come together and give some money or like space for that, I think that's a solution in itself. Yeah.
More question?
Yeah, so we know that our new generation is completely different. And what is, in your opinion, what should the new generation adopt from the past generation? Just characteristic or like skills?
So what should the new generation pass to the older
What they
generation?
should to adopt from the past generation?
I think it's important to pass of course, the knowledge and the empowerment that you have. I think it's also important to carry on and how you say to change and not staying in the same place. I think it's important that you be changing all the time, and the timeline is shifting. That you should also shift with the timeline, definitely.
Any more ideas from youngsters? What do you think you have to take from?
Well, I think opportunity in of it itself is very important, but there's a lot of different ways you can interpret opportunity. Like if you have some courses, but nobody knows about them, nobody's going to participate, even though they would want to if they knew about it. So advertising, of course, and actually having a diverse amount of opportunity you could do for free. For example, the Young Ambassadors program, which also like kind of opens a door into the political world for at least for my part. So there's the different types of these opportunities that I think are super important. Like you in Sweden had like a basement club, I believe. So different concepts, different things, but kind of the same engagement and opportunity for youth. So we should make more of them, I think.
Do you have?
Yeah, right, totally agree, because I think like with this program, such as Young Ambassadors and also another program I'm attending that's named Veivalg, it opens our perspectives and also enriches like or in a new world as well to have new questions to the role, but as well to see other perspectives, such as both political but also personally, that it develops and enriches us.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Any comments? Oh, Ingrid? Yes.
So my question is about non-formal education. Is it popular in your country, in your schools, or not? Because in my city, in Estonia, we use it sometimes. Not so much we like, but yes, sometimes we use. What about like other countries?
For example, in Sweden and in Malmo, in the organization I work with, the non-formal education plays a key role for the migrant women, as when they are moving from one place to another, their studies are not equalized or yet. So to have access to education, the non-formal education is the only way to have it, and it's really empowering them. So it's quite.
Finland as well, non-formal education, it's important part, and I'm very happy that many NGOs understood that, and they have a free course for youngsters, for women, for people for different backgrounds, and maybe we listen opinion what in Norway.
About like in does it exist? It's fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, or we have then different lines in Norway, such as like we have like different lines, such as like health and care, and also as well, or yeah, there are like many different lines. I think so that every country has. Yeah. No, it isn't so popular as we wanted to have it, but I think that if we encourage people to see that there are many benefits by taking that, I think that we could go along.
Okay, do we have any more questions, comment? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak more about the Norwegian school system, because they give you opportunities. Like for 10 years, you're stuck with everyone else doing the exact same thing, no choosing of yours. Maybe one subject when you're 13 to 15, but other than that, it's all the same. For me personally, I think it kind of underdigs each student's needs, but we also cover students' needs, so it's not like lack of that, but it's still too little and too much focus on the what we call weak students who doesn't like the way the school system works. But when you go to high school, you suddenly choose whatever you want, like lines, the fields of study. You could go for study specialization, which is common, or like a specific type of work. But at that stage, the students don't really have any idea of what they can do and what they should do, and they're like tips and the base of knowledge for that choice is too vague, I think, for a lot of people. So the opportunities are kind of not having for most people, that opportunity doesn't really fulfill the potential that it has. Yeah, so you just pick a field in high school, and then you just go there, and maybe you regret, maybe don't. You could change and stuff, but that wastes time. So yeah, I think the school system should have more choosing earlier. Yeah, fields of expertise.
Yes, please.
So at school we actually had same discussion. We were discussing about that in Finland we have a lot of opportunities, a lot of different courses, a lot of hobbies to young people, to kids. But the problem is that they don't know about them. They don't know that they exist. So it would be nice to have some social workers who can stay in kindergartens at school, and you would have like free. You would have opportunity to meet these people and say that, okay, I'm interested in that, and the the social worker would say you, okay, we do have that and that activities, so if you're interested, you can join. But yeah, we don't have this, how you call it, so yeah, we just don't know where to go, who to ask. If we would have that, it would be very nice in Finland. I guess in your countries as well.
Yes, one.
So I just want to say that I think so much people from government, politics, or like local businessmen don't really look at us so serious because we don't have enough diplomatic skills, or sometimes we are overstraight. Like if we say what we think like face on face, and sometimes like it's overstraight. And I think if we want to come in government, we must first of all have a good case. But each case, it must be for sure. I think it's like collaborations with different companies, with people who are in business for 5-10 years, who like means something for government to make government interested in us. I mean, like if you're gonna make cases and collaborate with some companies, firms, brands, and stuff like this, it will be much interesting, and more people gonna listen to us. More people gonna take our ideas and share them in like social life. I think so.
Thank you very much. So I just have a last question for our panelists. So guys, just imagine 20 years later on, please describe in 2 sentences, how do you see the future of youth work? Is it bright, or is will be totally disaster? We can start for Ivan.
In how 20 years, 10 years? 10 years. I think that the youth work is going to be more powerful, and I think that we're going to use some technologies, maybe AI, as a tool, not as an enemy or like a threat for society. But I think that definitely the youth empowerment and advocacy will be a much higher level, and I hope that the youth have a much clear voice and get through a lot of systems. So I hope that that's gonna be in 10 years.
You said 2 words, but it's really hard. 2 sentences. 2 sentences. Okay, that's more acceptable. I would say that we are the world, and in 20 years, the youth work will be the adult work. And I see that is going to be a more ethical and moral leadership.
Or as mentioned, I hope that youths are powerful and actively in the decision making.
I think that now, when we educate young people now, sorry, and they are the future adults, and they remember they were educated, and they had possibilities when they were young. They were listened, so they will continue to work better in 20 years.
Yes. All the discussion we have done today, it's about young people. Young people, for young people, with young people. And I'm saying that definitely artificial intelligence, moral decision-making process and education, it's the things which we day by day have to improve through our personal commitments and through our joint collaboration with stakeholders and with the decision makers. Because without your saying and your actions, there will be no follow-up. Because you have to only think one important for yourself. Just believe. When you do things and you do not believe, you agree, the result will be different. You say, right? Because it's like that. When you're trying to prepare yourself for the exam, and looks like you are not really. Next time will be better, believe me. Next time and another next time. It's like a sport or music. Stand up if you've been connected somehow with music or sport. Somehow. You a musician or sportsman, or you love music. So, you see, all of us connected with the music and the sports. So, by ending the session, I would like to do one energizer. It's called Matzinga. You maybe have heard about that. Matzinga, no? It's this way. So basically, when you are doing the music or you are singing, it's very important you have open your chest and you have voice, right? Yeah, we could start from home. That's true. So Matzinga is like when you raise your voice, right? It's not going straight away. You're raising voice step by step. When, for example, your mom is not really happy. Son, come here. Son, come here. Son, come here. You see the difference. And there's also perceptions of what my mom says. If the third time, that's the last warning, like this. Yes? For children in the kindergarten. So the matzing, it works this way. When I show the hand on you, you start to singing Matzinga. You got a point. So it goes around. Matzinga. Okay, you got it. Let's try once again. Matzinga. Thank you very much. The panel is over. We take a break and we'll get back to you to the workshops. Coffee break, 25 minutes. Yeah. Happy to see you back. We have 1 hour something for until the lunch. So now this most important, interesting part, the workshops. We prepared 2 workshops for you guys, but feel free if you have your own workshop, you could run it, no problem for me. I'm open for any suggestions. We could propose you the workshop 1, it's changing patterns in the field of use. This is the first workshop, which is run by me. And the second workshop, mental health and supporting training, was run by Maria. That's the second workshop. The mental health, I'm sure you agree it's a very important theme, especially after the COVID. We have a so huge number of young people requesting as professionals support from the doctors as additional support, mental one, psychologists and assistants who could just be listening. Sometimes you don't need to have some people, just who could be listening. So we have 2 workshops. Feel free if you want to propose your own workshop. We are happy to propose the space. And we have 1 hour, let's say 15 minutes to conduct it. And the results of these workshops could be that you will gain some additional skills in the field. We share the experience, practices, and listening and hearing your stories. I love to speak, as you know already, and I'm also love to hear, especially your local stories. Because to be honest, I'm not real professional in the Nordics. I've been working with many years with North Africa and your Mediterranean region, and for last 4 years with Nordics, but nothing to know about Norway. A little bit know about Malmo, and a little bit know about Luxia. So I'm really happy to talk with you. So let's say this way: who would like to go in a workshop of mental health? Please raise your hands. No worries. Go, Maria. If the Maria is the winner, I will even myself join with her. Yeah. Okay. So those who wants to with Maria, you could sit. No. You can go sit here. Enjoy. And those who wants to go with me, which is the once again I will repeat, the workshop is entitled as Changing Patterns in the Field of Use. So we discuss changes in the use field, what the opportunities and risks can be seen in it after the COVID, in time of the crisis, the key services in the use field. We also need to discuss the services, what we have to update, to be honestly. Our government fully understood that we need to update the services which was provided. And I will definitely steal your idea, and we will implement the night or use workshop, use center, something like that, because it's really we no have any kind of this initiative. So that's the point, that's the difference, because to be honestly, I feel myself that a lot of young people living nightlife, even those who, for example, working during nights and living nightlife, so they need to have support, some communication, or fathers and mothers, or any kind of communication. So Maria's workshop is a mental health. My one is just about youth work, but it's also about a lot of other stuff. It's interesting discussions, interaction, communication will be between us. Feel free to split yourself in 2 groups. Mental health, youth work. Mental health, please take a seat somewhere here. And youth work, we could go back on the left side. Take a seat.
numerous choices on the form. What happened to the rest of the group sessions?
Looks like it was maybe it was wrongly like
Okay.
something with a web page.
So
like
those were the two most
yes,
popular
but
ones?
if you want to discuss the other themes, which
Okay.
was your favorite?
Women in leadership.
Let's go. That's the next project. Which one?
Okay. So I go to mental health and then I just...
Yes, you will. To be honest, I suggest to be there and to be there if you want to. But mental health is quite interesting. It's tough right now. That's what I want to do.
And what was your...
My one is a youth work. We will be discussing. But if you want, we can swap it. I can talk about anything. Okay?
Oh, we go to mental health.
Marina, group.
Тогда понятно.
Definitely need this in them in this way. Мария, молодец.
I'm going to just say once more what's this all about before we leave. We will be back here. We start here again in 1 hour. So it takes 5, 6, 7 minutes to walk over to where the parade, where we will meet the parade. This is the children's parade here in Porsgrunn, and it has been arranged since 1946. And the beginning was a few fellows, really, who wanted to collect money for a children's home, which needed money. So it was both a public and a private institution for children without parents. So they just collected money from the surplus of this day, the Children's Day. And what happened here, which is different from many other festivals and arrangements, and we know this from many countries, that there's a big enthusiasm about it for some years, for 5 years, for 10 years, for 15 years, and suddenly the people get, they get tired, the organizers get tired. But what we have managed here in Porsgrunn is to have this event every year, except from the 2 years with the pandemic. So it's a tradition, and everyone in Porsgrunn are looking forward to this day. So in the streets now in Porsgrunn, they usually is around between 30, 35, 40,000 people. And hopefully we will get a feeling of how many people there are. In the parade, there are around 3,000 children and youth from kindergarten. The kindergartens, they have worked with the theme of the year, which is Disney. So we will see in the parade, hopefully, a lot of Disney figures. And all the school bands will be there. Most of the school bands will be there, and they have practiced Disney music. And why do all the children and youth and all the musicians and theater and dance, why do they do this? Yes, because there is a jury, and they get money. The best parts of the parade gets money, number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. And later tonight there will be a celebration in the town hall just outside the town hall, and the place in front of that, premiering. I think that will be around 5 or something. So we are here, but we will see the parade. We'll go. Oh, okay, we have to talk with Vasily about that. And the surplus for this festival, for this day, is around 30, 35, 40,000 euros just for one day. And this money, it's a lot of money, and these money are shared out in the local society, and a lot of volunteer organizations are applying for that, and also families and different organizations and different things that we organize here in our city. Yes, the parade starts now on the other side of the river, and they're going to walk over the bridge. And when they come over the bridge on this side, on the east side of the city, they are going to turn to the left, and we are going to see them. And as we know, as organizer, the plan is that the parade should be approximately where we are at around a quarter to 3. But perhaps there will be some waiting, and please enjoy the people which are waiting together with us. We're going to walk down to the old youth house. When it was a youth house, it was a Halloween house, it was a volunteer house for elderly people, and it burned down 2 months ago. So you will see a building which is it's not shaking anymore, but we have to tear it down, and the politicians are now discussing a lot about what to do, if they are going to tear it down and sell everything for building development, or if they're going to build a house which is exactly the same as the old. It was a dairy farm, which was a dairy factory, which was there 100 years ago. if they're going to build it up, the facade, and have new rooms inside, or if they're going to build a modern building. And of course, it's a lot of discussion about that. So we will possibly not stand in a group. You are free to just find a nice spot to see the parade. But please be aware that we start again here at 3:30. So in approximately 1 hour. So if the parade isn't finished, we try just to, I will be there and shout, "Oh, we walk now!" But if you don't hear me, just take care of your own watch and just check the time. So that will be back here in approximately 1 hour. Yes. Okay? And I will lock this hall. So please, everyone, be outside before we walk. Yes, you're there. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Let's go, guys. Забудь потом взять своим всем этим, кто у тебя были, и Балгис спроси, кто у нее был. Потом, сейчас это не есть время. Thank you very much. The floor of discussions is closed now, and we are starting to concentrate on results. Belgis, are you ready? Okay, George, are you ready? Okay. We will start from the recommendations then, if it's ready, or from the statement. Okay, we'll start from the statement, then we go for recommendations, and then very shortly, each organization has up to 3 minutes to present the key idea of your project. So we have altogether 3 projects, and a little bit more when we had my workshop. So the statement, German, the floor is yours with your team. Please take. We have a live coverage right now. Artyom, are we live? Welcome back. So we will be presenting you a final draft, final version of the statement on behalf of the youth network of Nordic and Baltic partners. Please. So this is the third redaction of the document. We had or fourth even then, yeah. We've been working on that in Sweden and Denmark. Yeah, I'm sure it's supposed to be the best as its final one.
Youth statement. A statement made by young people that outlines their aspirations, opinions, and views and presents their perspectives concerning significant social, political, and environmental issues. We call upon decision makers, first, to engage with youth of all backgrounds, communities, and social classes. Second, to invest in gender-neutral education to create a present and future that is free from harmful gender stereotypes. To invest in inclusive education that embraces diversity and ensures the full participation of all youngsters in the same learning environment regardless of ability, ethnicity, religion, legal status, gender, psychosocial needs, marital status, sexual orientation, character role, or any other discriminating factor. Fourth, to invest in education for sustainable development across circular, particularly climate education, to develop the skills and knowledge needed to build resilience, mitigate the impact of this climate crisis, and ensure climate justice. Fifth, to pay special attention to mental health, as well as create the optimal environment and promote recreational activities, and to generate positive complements and ensure equitable education for all youth. 6. To protect and support all youth in accordance with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and all other pertinent UN documents. 7. To invest in promoting and nurturing academic freedom, fostering an education that advances critical thinking, imagination, communication, innovation, socio-emotional, and interpersonal skills, and investing in effectively combating misinformation. 8. To recognize and invest in non-formal education programs and organizations, particularly those that are youth-led, promoting the development of personal and collective values and civic engagement of youth. 9. To invest strategically in green and digital skills, policies and strategies to enhance education, research, entrepreneurial, opportunities and decent jobs for youth. 10th, to adopt more stringent laws to rape and all sexual assault, as well as more significant protection for victims from any harassment. Support from society is also required for rape victims through raising awareness about the stigma, advocating for changes in laws to ensure a better assistance for victims. Guided by the above principles, purposes, and demands, we, the youth, are committed to: first, continue to stand in solidarity with every young person worldwide, especially marginalized groups, and support all advocacy efforts towards increasing reform and positive changes, particularly in education. Second, promote integrational, intercultural, and interreligious dialogue and cooperation in education system in all communities, countries, and regions to build a better world based on solidarity, diversity, empathy, mutual understanding, and respect. Done in Potsdam, June 3rd, 1993. 2023, oh, where am I living?
That's my age, bro. A little bit, yeah. Decent relate. Okay. Okay, guys, so what do you think? Should we confirm it all together? Go back. 6 or 7. So, who would like to confirm that we can approve it? So let's start voting. Like for, against, no neutral. Congratulations, the fifth version of our statement is confirmed, approved. Next question. Yeah, time code, please, not 1993. Единичный. 10th. Параграф 10. Стигма. Стигма нашел. Маленько. Super. Thank you very much. Great. So we go for a second question of our last session. It's recommendations. Who would like to present? German, может, yeah. Ivan? Yeah.
So we have summarized all the recommendations that we have for different groups from yesterday, and as you said here, recognizing that decision makers on the Nordic region were not prepared to protect children's rights when the COVID-19 pandemic erupted, acknowledging that their children's right to be heard often was neglected and recognized too late as a result of the pandemic. We suggest that in every decision-making process, authorities use this checklist to make sure young people's voice get heard. First, have consultation rounds with youth organizations. Second, youth being taken seriously and their view treated. Third one is youth having the chance to hold decision makers with respect. Fourth one, the every decision-making process is transparent, being streamed and open for the question. In addition, we emphasize the importance of preventing children is trauma in situations with much isolation by engaging and including them in projects like mentorships, extra projects, open doors social media mental support, student projects, and etc. Additionally, we suggest that every decision-making institution is bound by law to report on how the decision will affect children and young people. And then we have some other one, how should the government lead during the crisis? And we have some suggestions. Provide a platform for youth opinion. Recommend to create a platform that will improve young people participation by providing a platform for youth organizations, newspapers, and activities with local government. The next question is how do we facilitate the government during crisis? We suggest to improve use of digital knowledge of tools like social media, validation, casual social openness, and including. How do we get politicians to listen to youth? It's to improve young people participation in politics. We suggest to increase funding of youth organization, youth council, and engage wide circle of stakeholders. And we also recommend that youth council will stay politically neutral and independent and act on different state levels, national, local, regional, and international. And the last thing we have here, that government need to cooperate with business and civil society, prepare for crisis while there is no crisis, make a volunteer list, and training skills for those who doesn't have any skills yet, and at least have one young representative per group. Have or make your own emergency plan. Don't wait for someone to make it for you. And alternative solutions that need to be developed and discussed. Identify the expert in each field of crisis, and government need to have a list of volunteers and expert in those fields. That's what we have written down that we should add or recommend for adding in the report.
Thank you very much, Iman. So any suggestions, comments? Yes, Ambassador.
Recommendations that have been presented. However, I believe that the drafting needs to be done so that we can have a much clearer structure. So we understand precisely what is the role or of government, what needs to be done. So it's just a question of drafting. I have absolutely no comment on the content, and even if I had, I would not give myself the liberty of discussing this because it's your recommendations. So, but the drafting I think needs to be redone.
Yes, approved. Agree. Anything else? Okay, so if there is no technical questions, it's clear. But regarding the content, should we approve it? So who is for? Against? Neutral? Okay, one against, the others is approved. Thank you very much. The recommendations are approved. Yes, we would like to know why you are against. Yeah. Yeah, so why you are against? So maybe you misunderstood us?
Yes, I just was full attention in my project and I saw that some guy up with their arms.
Okay, clear. So it's misunderstanding, sorry. Who is in favor right now again? Okay, everyone, thank you very much. And at least the project proposals. I would like to give a floor to Ingrid and her team to present the project. So who gonna be speaking? Marina? Yes?
So our project name is Job Center, and it describes problem for young people who can't find suitable job, and it could be about high school, university, or students, or some young who don't study at all. So it's about 16 to 25 years old person.
Huh? Yes, louder. Grovic.
So we took a. Maybe I should come a bit closer.
And you can in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so we had a situation about unemployment, and we were thinking about young people. So we do have three kind of young people. First type is that are in high school. Second type is they are studying at university, and third type they don't study at all. So they just study till ninth grade, and that's it. So we do have a company. It called Social Advisor. So young people who already did study for люди, которые уже учились на профессию, у которых уже есть профессия.
It's young people who've been already studied and get occupation, but they will need to improve their skills and knowledge.
Как взяли во внимание. So we took into consideration people who already have a профессия. Я очень нервничаю.
So they took into consideration that Ingrid, о чем говорили? Ingrid.
Yeah, I will come and help you. It's good to have a light-hearted moment at the last moment. Let's see. We have these groups that don't have a job, but they need something to do. So we have the commune with the social advisors. They are going to ask the people coming in, do you have special needs? Do you want a quiet job, a fast job? How many balls in the air can you have? Then after a profiling, we have this, what you would call it, a board with possible practice jobs, because there's volunteering companies saying, we can take some from you so they get practice. So usually you can choose between a restaurant, a cleaning service, becoming a handyman, using tools, a packaging company. They will make, like Tinder, they will make a match for you. So while you are on the job getting practice, usually if there's taxes in the country, they can provide for you financially. Meanwhile, you make this practice work. And while you are working, once a month, you must send job applications and try to find a real job. There's also the chance that they might like you, where you have the practice job and hire you. That would be a good ending also. But yeah, it's a way to make sure that all people actually get experience and not just sit at home. Yes?
Thank you very much. Okay, now we go on the second project, which it could be presented by young people.
Hello everyone again. So main idea of our project is I'm gonna tell you a story first of all. In Copenhagen and yeah, for sure. How you know, in Copenhagen and in Sweden, it's really important for people to adopt doggies from adopters. Because buying a pet in Copenhagen, it's really so expensive. And so much people working and communicate with volunteers who can help adopters find new doggies and adopt them from adopters in new families. So idea of our business is open groom salon for dogs and which can make doggy beautiful. We're gonna groom her, and it's important for dogs being groomed because they don't have like skin illness, allergic, and it's good for their hair. And anyway, it's good for youth because young people without job experience who have never ever worked before can try themselves in such kind of work as groom, who can brush doggy, cut doggy, try to work and understand animals, how to work with them. It's good for their mental problems, for their mental health. For example, they teach themselves how to be more calm working with doggy, and how to be a team worker, working with another people in same place. So our goal is making conversion of homeless dogs and students with no like job experience. I mean, like we're gonna help adopters brush and groom doggy and make it adopt a new family and provide a good job for students who have never ever worked in their lives and who want to have like half part-time job. Our target audience, for sure, it's students, volunteers, and adopters. And main actions which we're gonna do is like organize practice for students, teach them how to work, how to be in a team, how is it having like special graphic, work with special hours, and how is it answering for thing you do. And for sure, our actions is provide practice for them, as I told you, and make life of dogs better. Because we like zoo fighters, we really lives with love for animals and about us. So it's really important for us that dog will be healthy without skin problem, health problem, hair problem, and stuff like this. So we have like volunteers and students working together and help people to adopt pets. Thank you.
Thank you. And last not least, Julia, your team.
Yeah, from doggies to youth. I love doggies. They're very nice and beautiful. I would start with the context and the problem that we want to address, and that would be the problem of the vulnerable youth and the way we work in Malmo. The need would be to give networking support in order to increase the employability and community development skills. We will follow the order how you gave it to us. The title, it's Youthship International Network. The goal would be to upskill youth workers in developing networks support to raise employability, leadership, and community building capacity in overcoming social exclusion of NEET youth. This is the definition in Erasmus, but the broader definition is the vulnerable youth. Of course, the target group of the primary target group would be the NEET youth, and we divided the actions in 3 main domains, which would be networking, creating effective networking events, because we have so many events where we're trying to network, but it's not really so efficient. And one method that we use is with design thinking, where we try to be creative. We take out the function and the titles, the fancy titles that we have. You meet the person and you just speak from one human being to another human being. Then the leadership would be crucial part in the project to learn conflict resolution and give the skills in conflict resolution, the skills in how to speak up and how to advocate, like in this project, and very important, the inner leadership. And the last component would be on the community building, how to build your own initiatives and projects and groups at the local level, and of course developing the cooperation skills. As quantitative results, we are thinking to have at least 3 partner countries with at least 5 youth workers getting these skills. Also developing the international network, creating a good practice manual, and putting it on an e-learning platform or a website, so we make it available to all the others. And the quality, of course, the qualitative indicators would be to improve the quality life of this vulnerable youth, to become contributing members of their local communities.
Thank you. Yeah. Very good job. I take into consideration that we will meet again. Okay. Thank you very much. This is the main 3 outcomes of these 2 working days. But we want to share with you those outcomes which we've been working for more than half a year. I would like to introduce you to our webpage. I'm sure you've been there already. Currently, this webpage is mostly in English, as it's international language which we're used to communicate with you. But of course, with your support and the friends of our friends and partners, we will translate materials into other Nordic languages. And feel free to hop in the bus with us and contribute. There is a plenty of different trainings which we have been conducting, so you could use them in your work when you know what is the youth. If you don't know what is the youth advocacy still means, that you could definitely discover and look at what's the youth advocacy at local level, regional, what's the difference between them, how to work with international partners, what's the lobbying, what's the difference of each level, and how to improve your skills and knowledge, especially leadership skills, into your work. Additionally to that, we have been working in the parallel with our partners on the educational youth toolkit, which is just see the almost the final version of it. It includes as theoretical as practical, and of course any different exercises which you could use when you work with young people, so that different methods could be included into your work. Feel free to add or edit something for us if you want to. The final version will be published by the end of June. online, and we will be really happy to cooperate with you in the next projects, in next activities. I'm really happy to say thank you very much for all of you that contributed during these 2 working days, and especially to our friends from Netherlands, from Denmark. It's a day off for me already. Let's make applause. Denmark, represented Volker Wirke, Ivan Vasilevskij, Julia from IKF. Applause. We have Sweden, I just mentioned Sweden. We have Finland, which is represented by Maria Femina, the leader of this project. Exactly. We have representative of Estonia. It's a German representative of Peace Child Estonia with his big team here. Yes, thank you very much, German. We have our great friend and the host and the main, to be honestly, the main leader of this event, creative inspiration, Morten Hagevik, please, welcome. Woohoo! Woohoo! I would like to say big thank you for our great friend and moderator, head moderator of this conference, Ambassador Hatim Attallah. Thank you very much. We really appreciate all your contributions and help during these working days. And I'm really thanks for our young people from Norway for coming with us and having fun. We're really looking forward to meet you again. You are such a nice, great guys. Thank you very much for our technical team, which has been working with us, Artyom and his friends. Thank you. And of course, this will not be gonna be happening without great support, our friends from Nordic Council of Ministers and Nordic Culture Point. Thank you very much. Without you, will not be happening. I would like to say to everyone, we keep in touch, we work together. You keep promising me that when you come back, you do something at the local level and you start from yourself, right? Because we will definitely wreck the world. We keep in touch and see you next conference. Thank you very much. The conference is closed. But now it's the most appreciated part, acknowledgement. We would like to say and present the certificate for Marina Mironova. Haley Karolina Halonen. Thomas Auvinen. Rosa Amanda Ramberg. Ingrid Rautsep. Artyom Fomin. Okay, we will see you. Julia Hlangescu. Balgis Katat. Harold Moiro. Fahtil Al-Hil. Vasilevskij. Christian Hansen. Tatiana. Paulina Torgun. Ingrid Navik Grön. Wait a second. Vivian Butcher-Bach. Woohoo! Madeleine Eriksson. Kevin Tanum. He will be later on. Oscar Gangstad Westby. Alida Ravdal. Thank you very much, Alida. Leo Kober. Thank you very much, Leo. Victoria Skarnebas. And Iben Nicole Karlheim Nerstag. Anders Ramberg. George Nikolai Golkson. George, Uhuhu. You're in the list, definitely. Hatim Atala, German Morris, and Vasily Golikov, and Maria Raila.